Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Michael Lockey. I'm here calling the action here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. This is the $2,200 event, Lucky Hearts Poker Open. We have seven-handed action bringing you this final table. Couldn't be more excited to be here. We got the main event coming up. We got a lot of coverage. Please make sure if you're checking us out already, you got that subscription set up, you got those notifications turned on. We got a lot of action coming your way. But for now, seven-handed, 86,000 up top with that trophy for the winner. 14,000 is the minimum payout right now. These players played yesterday to get down to this final table. Right away, we see Jake Schwartz in seat 1, Bryan Schultz in seat 2, Rob LeBeau in seat 3,
Good luck, guys.
Dylan Smith in seat 4, Brendan Gluck seat 5, Andrew Pichee seat 6, and Daniel Vranich seat 7. Payouts are on the screen. Big shout out to Guerrilla Gaming for showing up and bringing the production crew. Love to have them in town. And away we go. Blinds are starting out at 10K and 20K. There's a 20K big blind ante. Those aqua chips are 25,000 units. On the button here, Andrew's going to raise to 50,000 with the ace-5 offsuit.
Heads up. Action on C2. Check. And C7.
Looks like Jake Schwartz did defend his big blind king-8 offsuit.
Check.
Queen, queen, 9, couple hearts. Both players check.
C2. Check. C7. Check.
Both players check the tray of diamonds.
C2.
Jack on the end. Andrew still has the best hand with ace high. Jake is very short though. He decides he wants to try to show his king high down. It's not going to work for him. And first blood over to Andrew.
I might need you guys to put the chips in a little bit further in.
Jake did start the hand fairly short. 125K is our short stack, 6 blinds. 375K is the next stack. Should be some decent action. A lot of chips up top too.
Action starts on C4. C5.
Make sure you check out the $400 PLO if you get a chance today. Should be a nice field.
Raise to 40,000. C6. 4.
Dylan's going to start the action here. Pocket jacks going to raise to 40K.
C8.
Playing about 700K effective.
C3. Action complete. Okay. Action on C.
Rob's going to fold his big blind, and those jacks are going to take it down. Jake has a few hands here before he hits the big blind ante. Definitely going to be looking to make some action.
Action on C5. Folds. C6.
Create some tricky spots for the other players too, because they know how likely he is to be in action. Ace 9 in the cutoff. Good for a raise.
40 here. 16 folds. 1, 2, 3.
Small blind with pocket tens. This is where the fun of the tournament stuff comes in, where
All in.
All in.
he's gonna 3-bet here. Daniel's gonna have to make a pretty standard fold, but he's not gonna like it. He's gonna ask himself, am I getting bluffed here? Is he just bullying me?
I got him covered.
Jake Short stack really changes some of the dynamics here.
So actually he'll CD. Okay.
Yeah, Ace 9's gonna hit the muck. Bryan's gonna extend that chip lead. Looks like he's got about 400K more than Andrew so far.
Okay, actually starts on C. Not C5, but 3 or 5.
Alright, action continues now. Couple trash hands up front.
Player 5 folds. Player 6 folds. 7 folds. 1 folds.
Queen 7 for Bryan here on the button. He's gonna
Raises to 40.
take his option, raise it up. Tampa legend Rob LeBeau. Ace 10 here in the small blind. 355K effective.
Re-raise to 100.
Re-raise does come in.
Player 1 folds.
100K from Rob.
Player 2.
That's gonna get the job done.
Button good.
Six players are trying to wait out Jake right now, but he is definitely going to go down swinging.
Action is player 6.
Onus is on him for sure.
Fold. 7.
Pocket kings for Daniel. Definitely gonna get heard from.
Raises to 45. 1.
7 deuce for Jake isn't gonna cut it.
Folds. Player 3 folds. 4 folds.
And Brendan with ace 8 off of the big blind. 25K more if he wants to call.
Player
He
5
does
folds.
indeed.
Okay, heads up.
That was 120 in the middle. Pocket kings solid advantage.
On player 5.
A little inconspicuous trade deuce.
Player 7.
Not a terrible flop for ace 8, but kings are well ahead.
That's 35 on player 5.
I could see a potentially fold here with these stack sizes and the ICM implications, but
Fold.
a lot of times it's tough to just fold ace high on flops like that.
Action 8.
Very correct though here.
That's just like a group 7. Yeah, keep it. Player 7.
deuces. Daniel's got the king deuce. Gonna let it go.
Fold.
7-5 for Jake. Not gonna cut it.
Player triple. Player deuces. Player four raises to 40,000.
Check and suited for Dylan on the button here. Does make the raise. 40,000. These spots definitely get tricky here, where Andrew has second in chips and Dylan's third in chips, and the three of them have a pretty sizable distance between the bottom four. So these pots can get bloated and very difficult real quick. And drops to defend the king jack. Ball comes 9-4 tray, 2 spades. Dylan flops top pair nines.
That is 50,000. 1.6. Fold.
And king jack's just gonna let it go. Chip stacks are on the screen. Bryan Schultz, 1.5 million, 74 big blinds, a lot of play left. Even Jake's 5 bigs, very live. Gonna need something this hand most likely. I mean, he definitely could take the big blind next, but I know he doesn't want to.
Action on seat player one.
Seven, 6 suited. Goes with the raise.
Raise to 105. On player two.
Leaves himself a couple chips behind, hopefully to encourage somebody else to re-raise.
On player three.
Increases the chance of getting isolated.
Four.
And hey, maybe
Four. On player five.
some miracle he could check it down and save a couple chips behind.
Four.
Pretty unlikely though.
Six. Four. On player eight. Oh, sorry, seven. Player
And
seven.
folds around to the big blind. 8-6 offsuit does not look all that great here. It would turn out to be in great shape. It's so hard to know though. Big pickup for Jake. Raise and take. Makes that big blind next hand a lot more palatable.
You practice those on player two.
Everybody was hoping for something to happen there, whether he doubled up or got knocked out, but not that hand. Action continues.
Four. On player three.
9-8 suited for Rob hits the muck. Couple deuces for Dylan. Also gonna fold.
Player five. One. On player six.
King jack on the button's not going anywhere.
All in.
He just raises all in.
Fold. On player one.
King 10 of the small blind's gonna fold. Jake with the 8-4 after he checks his microphone. Gonna go ahead and lay that one down.
Practice start on player.
Each of these players guaranteed 14,000, vying for that $86,000 in that trophy.
Player practice on player three. Player three fold. On player four.
decision, so crucial. Couple trash hands going down. King 4 for Daniel on the button here. I'm not gonna mess with it. Deuce stray for Jake. Yeah. Sad times. Yeah, he knows Bryan's looking him up appropriately there, so can't get too out of line. Doesn't have enough chips to make that happen yet. Still got 115,000 on the button here. Got a few hands to work with. Chips have mostly stayed steady so far. Everyone's kind of feeling things out. Trying not to get too aggressive yet. But I'm sure we'll see some action here very soon. Win, lose, or draw. Ace deuce suited for Brennan here. Gonna find an open.
Raise.
Raise. 240. 27.
Ace 10 of clubs for Daniel here.
All in. Clear one.
He does re-raise all in. It's probably going to get it done. Jake's stack, though, definitely affected his decision here. He ended up going with it anyways, which I think I agree with. And 3-bet all in for Daniel. Going to take it down. At this stage, these types of pots really move things quite a bit for him. So Daniel up to 510K puts him in 4th place. They're all playing for the win, though. Game first or last.
All right, on player 5. Okay, player 6.
Ace 9 here for Andrew.
Okay.
Tricky hand.
Player 7. Fold. Player 1.
Gonna lay it down.
Fold. Player 2.
King 10 here on the button.
Raises to 40,000 from player 3.
Bryan's gonna open the action for 40,000.
Okay.
Rob's gonna fold the ace 4 in the small blind.
He raises to 120.
And Dylan does go with the 3-bet here. 120. Bryan's got to think his hand's better than it rates to be, but still. So not the best hand to be calling 3-bets with. This is chip leader versus 3rd in chips. And here we go. King deuce with the 3-bet bluff and King 10 with the 4-bet bluff. Action, action, action. Looks like the players are using a time clock here. That's what those little white separate chips are for. Players are probably reloaded on the final table here. Generally, there's going to be a little bit of a clock next to the dealer. Players are going to likely get 30 seconds per decision.
Player 6 folds on player 7. Fold on player 2.
Now pocket queens for Jake.
All in.
Definitely going to play.
On player 2. Fold on player 3.
So if anyone can look him up. players are going to feel a little bit unlucky here to run into these hands, but 260K pot here for Jake. Queens against Ace King. The old classic race. Queens are still in the lead. Jack 6 straight. Clean turn. Flush draw is now an option. And King of Spades on the river. Pair of Kings for Brendan's going to win the pot. Jake's going to be eliminated in 7th place. Great run, man. Pleasure as always. He'll be back for more. He always is. And now our short stack is Brendan. Rob's right there with him. Both about 385 and 395K. 510 and 660 right above him though. 1.1 million for Andrew and 1.6 million for Bryan. Bigs is definitely plenty to work with though. Now these players can definitely feel a little more loose, a little freer. Just, you know, it's so hard when there's a very short stack that you just feel so silly giving your chips away or bluffing too much or risking it when, you know, they got a decent pay jump there, 4,000 or so, just for kind of waiting it out. Starting the action this hand, though, Daniel's going to raise King 10 suited. Pocket ace for Bryan, considering his options. Chooses the 3-bet. Now the action's back on Daniel. 60K more to call here. Not a great spot. Don't like being out of position. Gonna end up laying it down here.
Action starts on player 2.
Action's been great from Bryan so far. Picking his spots, chipping up.
On player 2.
Ten eight suited hitting the muck. Dylan will open the action. King 5 of hearts. 40,000. Ace 4 in the big blind here. Raise and take for Dylan. Pressure really adds up at the final table. Can't just defend every big blind. Can't just see every flop. Every hand matters so much. Got to pick your spots. Three of our players do have really convenient 3-bet all-in stacks that can be used as bluff or value, so I do expect there to be some action. Fast and Furious here coming up. Pocket 4s for Andrew on the button here. Expect to see him start the action. He might just jam though. How much? Oh no, Bryan's in the big blind now, not Jake anymore. So he's going to go for a standard open,
Raises
40,000.
On player 7. Fold. On player 2. Fold.
Bryan's going to lay it down. Players are playing very deep. Queen 6 just gets a little tricky out of position. No reason to get too involved. Actually, I think he was thinking of 3-betting more than anything. I don't blame him. 18,500 is the next payout. 24,300 beyond that. All the way up to $86,800 and the beautiful Lucky Hearts Poker Open Trophy.
Fold. On player 5.
King 5 suited hitting the muck.
On player 6. Fold. On player 7. Fold. On player 2.
10-4 offsuit in the small blind.
55.
Raises to 55.
55,000 is the
On
action.
player 3.
Rob's got ace-8 in the big blind.
All in.
All in. On player
Raise all in. Gonna take it down.
2. After 3. After starts on player 5.
23 big blinds now for Rob. 21 for Daniel. 19 for Brennan. Brennan's going to start the action here. Pocket Kings. Mega Monster. 40,000. What am I
40.
expecting?
Raise to 40,000 on player 6. Fold on player 7. Fold on player 2. Fold on player 3.
A lot of bottom of the barrel hands.
On player 4.
Action's back on Dylan. 20K more to call with the ace-6 off. He's going to choose to defend. Two players now heading to the flop.
That's it. Actually starts on player 4.
And that Mega Monster got even bigger now. Top set Kings. Certainly feels like you have too much of this board sometimes.
That's 75.
What can your opponent
On player
possibly have?
4. Fold.
Ace-6 does not have much. It's just going to fold.
I folded king in.
Pocket king.
That's it. Yep.
It's a fold.
Okay. Button on player
Well
3.
there.
Action starts on player 6.
That's 2 times the raise. You popped me. Where were you? Where were you?
Everyone's playing quite solid. A lot of chips in play still.
Sorry.
Blinds are still 10 and 20K.
Play for all of it.
Action on player 6. Fold on player 7. Fold on player 2.
And now clearly the most aggressive guy at the table gets ace-queen offsuit here in the cutoff. Bryan's going to open it here for 40.
Raises to 40 on player 3. Fold.
6-4 hitting the mug. Queen tray. Probably not doing much. And 9 deuce. Probably not competing. Raise and take.
Okay. Action starts on player 7.
chance up front. 8-6 suited, also gonna fold. Dylan king 6 on the button.
One player 4.
Expect to see a 40 ball here. Yep.
Raises to 40,000 on player 5.
45?
40,000.
40.
Call.
Quick call from Brennan. 10-9 suited in the small. Getting a pretty good price here with the Jack 7 suited
Two
multi-ways.
players. Action
Worth
start
another
on
20 piece. These equities are running really close with these hands. King's going to take a pretty big lead now. King 6 for Dylan. King 5-4 rainbow.
Check.
Check. One player 6. Check. On player 4. Check.
And Dylan checking back his king.
On player 5.
Does make 2 pair now.
Check.
Check. On player
Andrew 7 gives him an up and down straight draw. Wouldn't be shocked to see him fire a bet here.
That was 60,000 on player 4.
60,000.
Call.
And just a little weak call here with his kings and
They took it.
sixes.
They took it onto the.
Wants to give Andrew another chance to bluff.
Yeah.
So
Alright.
Certainly there's some pot control elements here too.
Someone busted. Yeah.
player 6.
7 of clubs hits the river. Now Andrew makes a pair of 7s, but bluffing is on the table. Although it does get a little tricky if he puts Dylan on a no king, but maybe like a 1 pair, 6 or 5 kind of hand.
That's 85,000. Player 4 calls.
Block bet for 85K. Dylan's not going anywhere with his kings up. Makes the call.
Player 4. The king to 6. After second, player 2.
Action continues here at Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood, Florida, with the Lucky Hearts Poker Open. Getting geared up for a big weekend. Main event coming.
Action on player 2.
$3,500 event. Make sure you come check it out.
Fold on player 4. Fold on player 5. Player on player 6.
Action folds around to the blind versus blind. Andrew, the 9 tray suited.
Raises to 55,000.
Raise 55,000.
Now on player 7.
Jack 5 of spades here for Daniel.
Fold.
Not going to bother.
Seven bid. Okay. Action starts on player 3.
Next hand up. Rob first act, gonna muck it.
Player 2 folds, player 4 folds, player 5 folds. On player 6.
So amazing when you get to see all the cards, how rarely people have any real hands. Always one of my favorite parts of doing this commentary. So much poker being played out there. And Bryan's reputation gets him the walk there.
Can you guys like give it like 1 second before you guys fall? Something like that. Thank you.
Action's been very sharp so far across the board. Everyone's been playing excellent.
Action on player 4. Folds on player 5.
All right, Brennan's got 365K with the Queen Jack offsuit. Gonna just lay it down. Could have argued the other two options just as well, but that's what makes it very tough.
Raises to 40,000 on player 7.
Andrew will go for 40,000, King 8 offsuit. And Bryan with the Ace 10, certainly going to hear from him soon. Might expect on the little bit larger than 3x size if I had to guess. Maybe a little 135 coming.
130.
Raises to 130 on player 3.
Ooh, I was off by one. Re-raise 130.
Folds on player 6.
See if Andrew's got anything up his sleeve. He does not. Gonna lay it down. Don't blame him one bit. Another raise and take. Bryan Schultz up to 88 big blinds, extending a nice lead. Picking his spots very well.
Action starts on player 5.
Yeah, he's got about second and third combined right now, which is a great place to be in the driver's seat.
Thank you. All the dice will go off next year. 15, 25. Action on 25.
King Deuce can hit them up.
On player 6. Fold on player 7. Fold on player 2.
Daniel folding 7-6 suited. Bryan 7-5 suited on the button. Gonna find a raise, and Rob right behind him. Pocket ladies. Queen of hearts, queen of clubs. 3-bet incoming. I'm expecting maybe 125.
Re-raise to 120 on player 4. Fold. Back to player 2.
120 is the 3-bet. Now action's back to Bryan. He's shown a propensity to not always give up necessarily in these spots. Don't think this would be a very profitable spot for him to put in a 4-bet though. Rob's only got 280K back. Pretty unlikely he's 3-betting and folding here.
Fold.
And nice hand for Rob.
15. 15, 25. Yep. Action starts on player 3. Start 6. 6. Yeah, it's 15, 25 right now. Yeah, and then action starts on player 6.
Winfield jamming on him.
You already got the hand. Not that time. When I got the kings, I was.
A lot of patience so far. Looks like blinds have gone up. That should help the action. 15K, 25K are the new blinds.
On player 6.
Yeah, some of these raises might end up just being all-ins now.
All in. On player 2.
Prime example, 370K with the ace-9.
Used to that.
Fold. On player 4. Fold. On player 5.
Like it's gonna get through. Don't expect Brendan to look him up the ace-5 here.
I'm gonna fold.
Fold.
Yeah. I didn't show.
He had an ace.
I'd tell you, but I didn't show.
65,000 chip gain for
I'd tell
Daniel.
you, though. I don't mind telling you.
And don't show them.
Ace 5.
Each of our players guaranteed $18,000.
Figured.
86,000 for the win.
Action starts on player 7. Player 7.
Daniel just shoved the ace-9.
All in.
Does it again. All in.
Fold. On
435 now.
Fold. On player 4. Fold. On player 5. Fold. On player 6.
That appears to get it done.
Fold.
Another raise and take.
Okay. Action starts on player 2.
Those 65Ks really add up.
Thank you. Action on player 2. Fold. On player 3. Fold. On player 4.
Dylan with the queen deuce of spades gonna lay it down.
Fold. Player 6.
Ace-10 offsuit in the small blind.
Raises to 60.
Small blind goes for 65,000 as a raise. King Jack in the big blind now.
All in. Call.
And we do have a 3-bet all-in and a call. King Jack against ace-10. Daniel's all in at risk.
Okay. So all in is the player 7.
You can see it up there?
Let's see their
New
fate.
action. Heads up one all in.
Ooh, ace, big lead for Andrew. Jack gives Daniel some life. He needs another jack. Does not get it. Good game to Daniel, our 6th place finisher.
Oh, okay, sorry. See, player 7. The king jack. So ace 10 1. Sorry about that.
Just like that, we are down to 5.
Okay.
Pretty standard spot there.
Alright, so one big blind.
Brennan down to 300K now.
On player 3.
We'll be looking to make a move here pretty soon.
Pulling it closer.
Yeah, but it's still live.
Action on player 3. Bet small.
Hole 7 deuce for Rob.
Fold. And player 4.
Not gonna get too out of line.
Fold. Player 5. Fold. Player 6.
Now single big blind scenario. Brian's by himself over there. Andrew's just gonna give him a walk.
Dead button.
Nope.
Thank you. Action starts on player 4.
Next payout, $24,300 for these players. Hole 32 next. 43,000, 58,000, 86,800 for the winner.
After on player 4.
Our short stack does have ace queen offsuit here in the hijack. Expect him to be all in.
Hold on.
All in. On player 6. Fold. On player 2. Fold. On player 3. Nope. Fold.
And lays it down. Raise and take for Brennan.
Alright. Button in. Action starts on player 5. Easy.
Thank you guys for tuning into the action here. If you're on the YouTube channel, make sure you hit the subscribe and turn on notifications. We got a bunch of action coming up for you over the next few days.
On player
A lot of
5.
main event coverage. So we get to give away that nice Lucky Hearts Poker Open trophy.
Fold. On player 6. Fold. On player 2. Raise to 50,000 on player 3.
Brian raises 50,000 on the button.
Call.
Dylan is going to defend the 4-5 suited for 25 more. Queen Jack in the lead.
On player 4.
Pair of 4s for Dylan.
Check. On player 2. That's 40,000 on player 4.
And 40,000 into 140 is the flop bet.
Call.
Dylan not going anywhere yet.
That's it. On player 4.
King of Hearts gives Brian some options. He now has the Queen High flush draw. 10 will give him a straight. He doesn't currently know that his Queen and Jack would give him the best hand. It's also a decent card to get a 9 or a 4 to fold.
On player 4.
See if Dylan wants to go anywhere yet. And lays it down. Double barrel from Brian picks up that pot.
Mhm. That was good. And action starts on player 6. Raise to 60,000 on player 4.
Raises to 60,000.
What should he start now?
Dylan in the small blind, queen 9 suited. Kind of
Oh.
weighing his options here. He is going to go for the 3-bet all in.
Full on player 3.
I call.
Full.
And Rob is going to make the call.
101.
Ace jack against the queen 9, 62-38. 880K chip pot. Eight, 6, clean board for Rob. Dylan's gonna need a queen, a 9, some backdoor clubs or straight cards. 2 pair 8s and 6s on the board. Ace high still in the lead. Dylan could chop with some 8s or 6s. And Jack locks it up for Rob. Double up.
Ace jack.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, player 3.
Count.
Took ace jack. Okay, so that's 415.
And 415 is the double up. And just like that, Rob's up to 3rd place.
Actual sparks on player 2.
Dylan and Brendan both around 300K. Gonna be looking to make something happen here pretty soon.
Action on player 2.
King queen suited for Bryan.
Raise to 50.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Action on player 2.
He did make it 45 by accident. It looked like a 40, but
On player 4.
dealer corrected him. 50,000 is the raise. And now Dylan, pocket 5s. Kind of a gross spot.
On.
Don't blame him for going with it though. 3-bet all in.
Close. On player 6.
Andrew gonna fold the ace
On
deuce.
player 2.
And now Bryan, 250K to call to win the 415. Not expecting him to go anywhere.
All in for 300. 300.
And he does make the call.
Alright, no more action.
And we got a coin flip.
All in.
King queen suited against the pocket 5s.
Sweet.
Player 4.
665K in this pot. Dylan trying to avoid being our 5th place finisher.
Oh,
Huge flop for both players. Full house, 5s full of kings. 3 kings for Bryan, not good enough so far. Gonna need to fill up and make a better full house if he wants to win this one. Bryan needs a queen, 6, and the 10 of hearts is not gonna do it. Full house for Dylan, doubles up.
300 even?
It's gonna even things out quite a bit here. Brendan's still gonna be our short stack, but Bryan and Andrew moved a lot closer. Robert and Dylan moved a lot closer to each other. It's anybody's game here at Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood, Florida. part of the show where a couple coolers start moving things around a lot.
Action on player 3. On player 4, folds. Sorry. Player 3 folds, player 4 folds. On player 5.
On the button, 10-6 suited for Brendan. It's got 300K.
Fold. On player 6.
Gonna wait for a better spot there. Ace Queen in the small for Andrew.
Raise to 65.
Raise
On
coming
player
65,000. 8 deuce suited for Bryan in the big blind. Does have position, but hand is pretty sketch.
Fold. Okay. Action starts on player 4.
$24,000 the next payout. Everyone's eyeing that 86,000 though. Five-handed action.
Player 3, okay. Player 4 folds. On player 5. Fold. On player 6.
Andrew on the button with the ace-6.
Raise to 50. On player 2. Fold. On player 3.
Raise and take for Andrew.
Action starts on player 5.
If you're able to make it a property this week, please make sure you check out all the wonderful restaurants here at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Everything from Curro to Council Oaks to Chinese takeout place. Everything's so good here. Korean barbecue, room service, you name it.
Fold. Player 2. Fold. Player 2.
All right, filter on the small blind. Rob's just going to let it go 4-5.
Action starts on player 6.
Little bit of a waiting game now. Brennan's 12 bigs is nothing just to throw away, though. He can definitely be a little bit selective here. He doesn't have to just take any old mediocre hand and go with it.
Fold. On player 3. Fold. On player 3.
Ace-8 for Rob on the button.
I know what to do.
Raise to 60. On player 4. Fold. On player 5.
Yeah, it's so good. I wish I could.
4 deuce for Brennan ain't going to get it done. Raise and take for Rob.
And then action starts on player 2.
No one's gotten too out of line so far. Been a pretty straightforward table. I think the chip stacks have dictated a lot of the action. It's kind of normal. Couple trash hands up front. Jack 10 suited for Dylan on the button. raises to 50,000. That'll get it done. King 9 on the button. Brennan is all in. 235,000. Small blind has King 7 suited. $11 and change big blinds, a little too much. And raise and take for Brennan.
Oh, sorry. It doesn't pause. Ask him. It doesn't pause and ask for the count.
I thought I already said the fact. Did you ask me that?
I did.
Looks like they're discussing something with the time chip.
Sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
I count myself.
Sorry. Action on player 4. Raise to 50.
King Queen for Dylan under the gun. Raises to 50,000.
Okay, 26.
And Drew in his option with the A6 here on the button. Looks like he's reaching for raisin chips.
Raise to 125.
125 now.
All in.
And 4-bet all in from Dylan here at the King Queen. You know, it's going to get a little messy if you tried to call there. I don't blame him at all for going all in. Well played by Dylan. Twelve bigs with King 8 of hearts under the gun. Brennan's gonna lay it down. Now Bryan with the 4-5 of hearts. Raise in coming. Robin the small blind, the Queen 8 of diamonds. And Dylan will defend the King tray. Diamonds versus 4-5 of hearts. 5s for Bryan.
Okay, player 2. Okay,
Both players are going to check.
player 4.
Trey on the turn did connect with Dylan.
Stack is 40 on player 2. Call.
Bryan will make the call. It's kind of open-ended now. Jack of spades on the end. Bricks both players. Pretty likely just go check here. Both players have a decent amount of showdown equity. And indeed, trays for Dylan, 5s for Bryan. He's going to take this pot. A lot of chips still in play, lots of action still. Truly anyone's game. Would absolutely be reasonable for Brennan to run it up, get right back in the action. Folds to Rob here on the button. Jack 8 of diamonds. $55,000 is the raise. Brennan in the big blind here with his ace queen is going to be real happy to find it. Rob lays it down. Brennan shows him the good news. Found the ace queen.
I'm getting used to that.
There's a lot of money in laddering up right now. Everyone's still playing for the win, but still playing a little cautious too. And Brennan in the small blind min raise Jack 8 here. Andrew's not going to go anywhere. He's got position with a suited king. So 320,000 in chips for Brennan. There's 125 in the pot. He's got Jack high and King high flush draw for Andrew here. The ace makes things a little tricky for him, but doubt he's going anywhere right now. And he does go for the raise. It's going to end this one quickly, but gets a little better than calling. Brennan just kind of having a funeral for himself here. action continues 5-handed here at Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open in Hollywood, Florida.
Action on player 3.
Rob's going to lead the action off here. In the big blind here, ace-7 suited. He's definitely not folding, but Dylan were a little shallower. He might have considered some re-raising options, I think. And with that flop, he doesn't really mind. 3 of a kind for Bryan. Ace-7, 7-7 queen. Ace-high for Dylan.
Player 2.
Dylan betting 40,000. And now the $1 million question with Bryan's hand. You have a mega monster. Do you just check raise it now, or do you give him some rope to hang himself? Bryan's going for the check raise option.
To 135. Player 4.
And Dylan not going anywhere. Calling this check raise with ace high.
Player 2.
For Bryan here, it's hard to put your opponent on such a unpaired hand. The king does complicate matters for a queen, though. So I wouldn't be shocked if Bryan slipped a check in here or bet smaller than he might have otherwise. And bet and take for Bryan.
Second 4.
Ace-6 of spades for Dylan.
Player 50. Player 5.
Comes in for a raise, 50,000 play. 9 deuce hitting the muck. Ace tray of diamonds on the button. Andrew's playing about 1.4 million. 2 of 5. Three bet incoming.
He raises to 1.5. At player 2.
And from the button, Andrew 125. Bryan has pocket sixes here in the small blind. Seems like a tough spot to get involved. You want to just put them on both on being light, but it's so hard to do it for 2 players. Dylan lays it down. Ace tray re-raise gets it done.
Player 5.
5-handed action continues. Brennan under the gun, 270,000 in chips. Ace tray off. It looks like he used a time extension there. I always wonder how much people are playing mind games when they do that before they go all in.
Player 6.
But in this case, it looked like he actually had a real decision that he was contemplating all his options.
Fold. Player 3. Fold.
Rob's going to lay the ace-7 down. Don't blame him. And raise and take for Brennan.
Action starts on player 6.
Shirts the pink. That's one by the first taste. Yeah, it's pink. Pink always good.
On player 6. Fold. Player 2.
Actions on Bryan. Queen 7 of spades, going to lay it down. Rob's next door. King Queen of diamonds. Coming in for a raise.
Raises to 60 on player 4.
Bad cards.
Fold.
Raise and take. 10-4 is not going to cut it. All the players seem to be excited about their coffees.
Is there anybody, you guys like little tables
Couple or
or something?
something? Yeah, can we get a few of them? That'd be great.
He said he's gonna see if there's tables.
Blinds will be up next game. 16:30.
Spilling on the floor more so.
Action on player 2.
Same spot for Bryan. I think he just had this exact same one. Queen 10 offsuit on the button for Dylan.
Raise to 50.
Comes in for a raise. Now Brennan in the small blind. Queen Jack offsuit. Got Dylan pipped. All in for 285.
And 280.
Dylan's almost getting a 2-to-1 overlay here. It's not quite as much as he needs. Looks quite tempting though. 235 to win 385. Discipline fold though.
Okay.
15:30, guys. Blinds are up. 15:30.
It's always a weird feeling when you're the guy shoving and you're getting the one notch below you to fold. Feels like in those scenarios, nothing worse is calling you. Blinds have increased. 15K, 30K, 30K are the new blinds and antes. Big blind ante, that is.
Player 3. Fold. Player 4. Raises to 60. Player 5.
60,000 now is the raise.
Fold. Player 6. Fold. Player 3. Fold. Okay, action tonight. Action strikes on player 4.
Another raise and take for Dylan. 490 is his current stack. 75K per orbit. 15, 30, 30. Still anybody's game. Bryan Schultz, our chip leader at the moment, 1.7 million. has put on a masterclass so far, in my opinion.
4, 25. 3, 26. Raise to 60.
On the button, Andrew raises 10-5 of clubs. Brian's got the 4 tray of clubs in the small. Facing a raise to 60. Gonna lay it down. Jack 8 in the big blind for Rob. Not good enough.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Action starts at 25.
Under the gun, ace 9 offsuit for Brennan. 400k in a stack.
All in. 36.
And he's indeed all in for 400.
4, 42. 4, 23.
Queen Jack in the small blind for Rob. Gonna lay it down.
40. Action complete. Action starts at 36.
Been an excellent showing so far from these players. A lot of disciplined folds. A lot of good calls.
36. 4, 32.
King 9 for Brian in the cutoff. Lays it down.
260.
Nope.
33.
He did make a 60, I apologize. 60,000 is the raise. Ace 9 of hearts for Dylan here. Be a little surprised if he's not all in.
All in.
All in.
Indeed. 3 bets all in.
Four, 22.
And ace 9 is going to 3 bet all in. Take it down. Brian lays down the King 9.
Action starts at 32.
550k now for Dylan. A couple trash hands up front here.
4, 24. 4, 25.
All 5, in fact. Yep. Andrew gets the walk. Nobody ever has anything. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Action starts at 33.
Dylan is V-pipping the highest, playing a third of pots. Andrew and Bryan in there around 27 and 25%. Very sharp numbers. When it gets shorthand, you just can't wait for the action to come to you. Sometimes you got to make it yourself. Dylan opens the action. Ace queen of clubs in the cutoff. 60,000 is the raise. King 7 for Bryan in the big blind. Six of hearts with a deuce. Both players brick. Ace high still in the lead.
That was 80, 1.2.
80,000 here from Dylan. Seems a little bigger than he had been betting in the spot before. Either way, it's going to get the job done. Pre-flop race percentages. Rob down at 13%, but I think that's more of a function of the quality of cards he's been dealt so far. Raise from Andrew. 8-6 offsuit on the button. 60,000. Queen 5 and Jack Trey in the blinds. Brennan, our short stack, still has 400,000. Has been very patient so far. Andrew with the ace-4 in the cutoff. Raises to 60. This is the grind. Everyone's kind of waiting each other out. Everyone doesn't want to make too big a mistake. That's why we love the game, though. Rob, Queen Jack on the button. Comes in for a raise. And Dylan 3-bets all in the King 4 of spades. I had a feeling Brennan wanted to do that, and he got beat into the pot.
Fold. Player 3. Fold.
Rob lays it down.
Okay. After shuffle player 2. Player 2.
I would have been curious to see if Rob would have called against the short stack. If the king and four had gotten out of the way. I think the ace eight was coming.
Raise to 65 on player 4.
Rob in the cutoff, ace jack offsuit. Raises to 65,000.
Fold. Player 6.
Andrew in the big blind, king 10 offsuit. Rob's playing a little over 5 to start the hand, a little 550 so. Andrew has him covered. So Andrew appears to recently have taken the lead. Top pair aces for Rob, big flop. Andrew checks over his king high.
That is 50 on player 6. Fold.
And bet and take for Rob.
Player 1.
Ace jack gets it done.
After shuffle player 3. Coming in next. Alright guys, good luck. See you later.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Get a little organized. Players should have a bit of a 15-minute break coming up shortly, is my guess.
Okay. After shuffle player 3. Fold. Player 4. Raise to 60.
And Dylan in the cutoff. King 5 of diamonds, raised 60,000 to go.
Fold. Player 6. Fold. Player 2.
Brian's got ace 6 in the big blind here.
Raise to 190 on player 4.
Re-raise 190 is the new action. Three bet and take will get it done for Brian. 190 from the ace-6.
Player 4.
Everyone came to play today. No messing around.
Okay, excellent player 4. Fold, player five. Player six. Okay, player five, player
All right, a couple mirror hands here. Andrew with the Jack 10 offsuit on the button. Bryan has the same hand in the small blind.
raise to 60 on player two.
Andrew does come in for the raise, 60,000.
Fold, player third.
Small blind is not a fun place to play. Don't blame Bryan for getting out of the way. 9-7 hitting the muck from Rob. Another raise and take.
Okay, after start on player five. Player five.
11 big blinds for Brennan under the gun. 10-7 off, hitting the muck.
Fold, player two.
About to lose 2 of those blinds to the big blind Annie and the regular big blind next hand, but
Call, player four.
small blind ace-4 offsuit for Rob. Completes for 30,000. Dylan's going to check the 40 suited. Both these players have similar stacks.
And player three. Player four. Check.
King, queen, 9, couple checks.
And player three.
3 hearts on the board now. Neither player with the heart.
Check. Player four. Check. Player three.
8 of hearts does hit the river. So far, they seem to be interested in checking it down. Rob checks a third time. Dylan has 4 high, nothing. Just gives up. Ace high is going to win it.
Let's talk about player six.
I feel like the 40s could have found a bet there somewhere. But that's so easy to say from the outside.
Let's talk about player six. Player six. Fold, player two.
Andrew slowly climbed into the chip lead. Got a slight lead over Bryan. Both have hovered quite a bit around that 1.5 million mark.
What do you have? 2.
Small blind. Dylan pocket fives.
No, you're right.
All in.
Gonna shove all in. And Brennan
Can't do it.
10-6 offsuit.
Can't do it.
If he knew it was a flip, he might take it, but
Can't do it.
it's tough to know.
Can do it.
It's the mic.
Brennan down to 265 now. About 8.5 blinds.
Fold, player three.
Action continues here on the button. Ace 8 suited for Dylan.
Raise to 60 on player five. Fold, and player six. Fold.
No defense from the blinds. Raise and take for Dylan.
Okay, action on player 3. On player 3. Fold. Player 4.
Jack 9 of hearts in the muck for Rob. 250K for Brennan. He is all in with his 9-7.
Well, you know what? That's
So the bet
fine.
was 175.
Wait, did we might have had a little bit of a string raise there.
Fold. Player 2. Fold.
Andrew actually let go of the Queen Jack there.
honestly.
Sometimes when things get weird, it's because it's a good hand. This time it was because it was a bad hand, but don't blame him for getting out of the way when it gets weird. That was a big one for Brennan. He needed that pot. Trying to keep his head above water. The sharks are circling, ready to climb the ladder.
Fold. Player 6.
King 10 for Andrew. $60,000.
Raise to 60 on player 2. Fold. Fold. Send. Access special on player 5.
Appreciate everybody tuning in with us here. Appreciate the Gorilla Gaming team for putting on the production.
Player 5.
Got 6 days of coverage for you.
All in.
All in on player 6.
And King Jack for Brennan. All in. 325.
Player 2. Fold. Player 3. Fold. Player 4.
Dylan in the big blind with the Jack 10. Gonna make the discipline fold.
Action. Five more. Third.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On one hand, it might be easy to say, oh, the action's a little slow. No one's, doing much. But the other part of it, that's what the beauty of this game is. You gotta stay disciplined, not give it away. Try to figure out what your opponents are up to. This is where the ICM crunch comes in. The money matters a lot. We're all playing for the money.
Fold. Player 2.
Brian's got ace queen in the cutoff. Raise 260.
On player 3. Fold. Player 4. Raise to 180 on player 5.
Dylan 3-betting King 5 offsuit here. 180K.
Fold. On player 2.
Now action's back to Bryan. Expecting a 4-bet all in here. There it is.
On player 4, fold. After stuff on player 2.
With that pot, Bryan regains the chip lead. Got 4 more blinds than Andrew does. Took a chunk out of Dylan's stack.
Action on player 2. Fold, player 3. Fold, player 4.
Dylan on the button, king 6 offsuit. Comes in for a raise, 60,000.
Fold, player 6.
And Andrew, king 7 of clubs. Probably not folding. I think he was considering maybe shoving all in as well. Wouldn't have minded that. Both players do flop top pair king. Andrew doesn't know that his 7 kicker is better than the 6, but that's where we're at. In a multi-way pot, Dylan did check back a similar king 6 on king 5-4, I want to say it was. But that was multi-way. I think it's a lot different scenario. You see, he also bet 40,000 here into 165. So 25% as opposed to that last situation where he bet 50% pot. Andrew not going anywhere with his top pair. Four is pretty harmless for both players. Dylan does pick up a gut shot. Deuce pairs on the end. 7 kicker will play. Not surprised at all to see turn go check check. Probably see a smaller bet here. Looks like he's reaching for about a third. Maybe 90 in this 240, 245, yeah. And quick call here from Dylan. 7 kicker is going to play. Dylan down to 300 now. $300K for Dylan and $325 for Brennan. Expect to see some action here quickly. And king 10 of clubs on the button for Brennan. Expect this to be the time. It's like Andrew's not going to give him any action in the small, but and Bryan's going to fold the 10-9 as well. Still lots of action to determine these payouts. Everybody playing is guaranteed at least $24,300. is the 2200 no limit hold.
Close. Close. Clear.
Brennan did muck the king 10 there. A little surprised by that. I'd have liked to see it all in there.
Clear to 60. Player
I mean, on one hand, he might be trying to wait Dylan out now, but I still want to play for the whole prize pool.
close. Call.
Queen 6 suited for Rob. Andrew had opened the action on the button with the 8-4 of spades. Top pair queen, middle pair 4. Rob's queen in the lead. Checks it over.
That's 50. Player 3.
Andrew's 4 rates to be the best hand pretty often. 50K is the action. Rob's not going anywhere. 10 of diamonds brings double flush draw. Both players still with one pair. Andrew firing a second shell here.
That is 150. Player 3.
If Rob calls here, he'll have 330 left.
Calling. Player 6.
But he instead jams it in, so he doesn't have to worry about it. It's actually pretty interesting play. Going to deny a lot of equity, actually. Yep. Well done. Rob up to 825,000. It's interesting. I think pretty often if Rob calls, the action on the river goes check, 330 all in, and then Rob's put to the test. So, and I think that's the result of the short stacks being in play. You know, ICM pressure is a very standard situation there. Rob took the play away from him, though.
Close. Player 6.
Oh, wow. Our chip leaders have massive hands here. Ace King suited for Andrew. Pocket queens for Bryan right behind him.
Close to 60. Player 2.
Probably 150 coming. Oh, wow. Bryan flat calls the queens there. Very tricky. Very tricky. He's got Dylan with 300K in the big blind. 240 back. And Dylan's got King Jack offsuit here. It's about as good as he can ask for. Is this going to work out in a fascinating manner? Just a flat call. Okay, so the 3 players to the flop here. Still might be a big pop brewing. Ace King of clubs for Andrew. Still an overpair for Bryan.
That is 75. Action on player 2.
Now, how does Bryan want to play these pocket queens? It's very under-repped. It's going to keep it that way. So now that the short stacks are out of the hand, probably a bit of a pot control mission now, but Queen of spades on the turn makes that not gonna ring true for Bryan.
Player six.
Does pick up a gut shot for Andrew, but set of queens are probably about to come to life if I had to guess. He's got to be loving all this action.
Player two.
You know, for the most part, these two players have really stayed away from each other. I don't think it's by design necessarily, but, you know, there's some incentive sometimes to not play insanely big pots against the other chip leaders, just in case you get unlucky. And Bryan not going anywhere, calling the 140. I think I would have liked to see a raise there. Now Andrew missed his combo draw. 600K in the middle. Checks it over. And now Bryan with top set. There's only a couple straight draws that beat him. He knows Andrew's not playing a straight this way. Andrew could easily have aces or kings as played. Probably doesn't have a set.
That is two.
If he does have aces or kings, he's probably calling this bet. I've been in Andrew's shoes before. Feels like you had so much going your way. Didn't work out. Don't make it worse. And a very nice spot for Bryan. Like the way he played it. Very, very under control. Let the action come to him. If he ended up getting unlucky, he would have been able to try to minimize the damage. Well played. All right, Bryan is our chip leader up to 2 million. Players are going to be on a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Blinds will be kicking up to 2040. We'll be crowning our winner here shortly. Till then, stay tuned. Join us in 15 minutes. Thank you. Alright, back in action. My name is Michael Lockey. I'll be calling the action with you today. Final table of the 2200 no limit here at the Lucky Hearts Poker Open. Main event starts tomorrow. $3,500 championship event. Make sure you get down here to Hollywood, register. Blinds have gone up 20K, 40K now. Couple folds to get us started off. Rob on the button, ace-7. Moves all in into both short stacks.
Yeah, sorry.
Raise and take. Dylan and Brendan very short. 5 and 7 blinds respectively. $24,000 is our next payout. $32,000 for fourth place. All the way up to $86,000 for the win. Yeah, I was wondering if Brendan was going to limp there. Andrew was going to be able to take advantage of that, I would imagine. Dylan's so short. No reason to give some chips away. Rob with pocket jacks here. $90,000 is the raise. Ace-10 for Brennan now. One of the best hands he's seen all day. Not the right time for it for him though. Looks like he did use a time extension. I'm not sure if that was early in anticipation or if he had already burned his 30 seconds. Wow, it does get away from it. Wow, wow, wow. Big fold. Went with his read. Must have really believed Rob had a good hand. I mean, he's still trying to ladder out Dylan too, but it's so hard to pass in those spots. Definitely going to get some action here pretty quickly. Alright, Dylan with the ace-deuce under the gun. 215K. Seems like the spot for him. He is all in 215. Andrew's got the ace-king suited. He's not going anywhere. He does ISO all in. Oh, wow. Rob's got the same hand here. Ay, ay, ay. Rob's got about 950. Well, he's got his big blind and Annie in there. Yeah, he probably started the hand with about $1 million. And he's not letting it go. Also all in. So very often, Rob and Andrew are going to chop the side pot unless one of them makes a flush. Dylan needs a deuce or a wheel, or he will be our 5th place finisher. All right, ace and king. Rob's the only one with backdoor clubs. Dylan's all but gone.
Come on, no sweat. Yeah, put a club out. Make it interesting.
And Jack of Hearts pot will be chopped now. Dylan is our 5th place finisher. 24,000 for his efforts. He played an amazing game. Well played. He will be back in the winner's circle sooner rather than later.
I didn't like when you're tanking.
Yeah.
And we're down to 4. Brennan's got 7 bigs he's going to try to spin up. Rob is 3rd in chips with those 28 big blinds. This is going to be quite a match down the stretch, no matter what. A lot of chips in play, a lot of action. Looking forward to calling it with you.
Unless they actually do shots. Which is, yep.
And it does look like Brennan is our big blind as well this hand, so his 280 is going to be put into play quickly. Brian's going to let it go with the 10-8. 4-5 of clubs for Rob. It's like Rob did put them all in, and Brennan's actually got a decision with deuce straight here. That's so wild. He did let it go. Kept his 200K back. Don't blame him one bit. From Rob's perspective, though, you can never expect him to fold. You think you're gambling with the 5-high, but nope, you can get to steal it. Shout out to Dwayne and all the dealers here, the staff. Bill Mason, Jason Heidenthal, Susan McGee, all the wonderful tournament directors. I don't have time to name them all, but it's such a blast coming down here, getting to work with the best of the best. Truly an honor. Brennan keeps getting bottom 3% hands. It's going to make it tough. Rob will start the action here. 8-5 gonna hit the muck for Brennan. He's got one more hand for free. And he'll be the big blind after that, where he's gonna lose 40 and 40 of his 180, so that's gonna be a tough big blind to take. Andrew is in the small blind, raises to 90K with the ace-6 off. King-6 for Bryan in the big blind. 3-bet incoming. $90 to $270. Andrew weighing his options. Decides to lay it down. Yeah, being able to establish that gap between Bryan and Andrew is very beneficial for Bryan right now. Helping try to close the deal, get that trophy. Andrew's been voluntarily putting money in the pot the most, 31% of his opportunities. Action's been somewhere on the snug side, but I could also argue our players have just been dealt like some really bad hands also. And that's going to run like that sometimes, but we might wake up and see aces, kings, and queens here any second now. You never know. Andrew raises the button, king-6 off. 80K is the action. Back on Rob. He's got the jack-5 offsuit. Not going to bother for 40 more. So it looks like Brennan did fold last hand, so gonna put 40-40 in his blinds. It's gonna have 100K back. It's really hard to expect him to fold here at all. But he could also have 2-3 like he did last time. 9 deuce for Bryan. It's probably gonna hit the muck. Rob will probably gamble with them with the 9-7. And Brennan picks up a real hand. Funny how that works. Yeah, for the last time, you got to go for it for sure.
Not even. You know, I have a good hand.
That's brutal, man.
Pocket 10s against 2 unders, 9-7 off. About a 5-1 favorite for Brennan. Looking to double up to 320K.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what are you gonna do?
Clean flop for the 10s. Not a lot going on for ace for 9-7. Maybe some backdoor hearts. And ace will shut the door. All right, 320K now for Brennan. Still our short stack, but up to 8 big blinds. And he'll be in the small blind now as well. Rob just shy of $1 million. Andrew 1.4 mil. Bryan 2 million. A little less than 5 million in play. King Jack for Bryan. Definitely going to open this one. Bringing it in for 80.
All in.
Same hand.
How much is it now?
All in for Brennan for is 320. It's only 8 blinds. I doubt Bryan would fold this.
Oh, same hand.
Alright. I could live with that.
And high probability of a chop here, unless somebody runs out spades or hearts. Alright, split this one up.
You should get 40 in mine.
Look what I can get.
It's just my man, it's a good guy. 50%.
Four-handed action continues here. Seminole Hard Rock Lucky Hearts Poker Open. $2,200 prelim event. Rob might have missed our sensor here. Oh, yep. There we go. Raises to 85,000. Andrew in the small blind, pocket sixes. Sixes will flat call. 250 in the middle. Eight-five tray with 2 diamonds. We get to play the guessing game on Rob's hand. Decent board for sixes. Obviously, we'd prefer a 6 or a diamond in our hand, but check, check. 7 of hearts gives the sixes an open ender. Probably expect Andrew to lead here. Charge Rob if he's got some overs. And Rob lays it down. Brennan's our first act here. It's got 9 big blinds. Seven four is not going to cut it. Andrew's going to start the action on the button. 9-6 offsuit. 80,000. Rob is going to defend for the 80. Ace 10-9 with 2 clubs. Andrew has bottom pair 9s. Rob is a gut shot. Rob's not going anywhere for 60,000. Doesn't know his king and his jack are live, but certainly is going to consider it. Ace of spades on the turn. Andrew's going to look to check it back. His 9 does remain the best hand. Not a great board. I think they're both going to check it down. And indeed, Andrew's going to drag that pot and move himself up to 1.7 million. Andrew starts us out with the 6-5 suited.
I'm letting you walk on that one, buddy. That's really bad.
And a walk with the 9 deuce. He'll take it.
I'm still reeling from the bad.
Nobody ever gets anything. Brennan scratching and clawing, 380K now. Rob still got about double that. Bryan and Andrew leading the charge, though. It's their heads-up match to lose or to not participate in at this point. Oh, Bryan's going to start the action. 80K. Rob has pocket 9s right next door. He's reaching for raising chips. Brennan has a very large hand in the big blind and small blind, though. And here come the kings. They're all in. Andrew has 5s here. He'll be able to make an easy fold. Ace 4 is going to make a quick fold. And Rob's definitely going to call the 130 more. And 9s against kings. Big confrontation. Brennan's trying to avoid being our 4th place finisher. Rob's trying to avoid doubling them up.
No. I'm just getting that stuff.
Oh my God.
Ooh, a 9-8-6 on the flop. 3 of a kind for Rob. Queen on the turn. King and a king only for Brennan, or he's going to be our 4th place finisher. Ooh, another one.
Yeah.
9's full of queens for Rob. Good game, Brennan. Definitely made the most of what you could. And now there are 3. 32,000 was our 4th place payout.
One, 2, 5, 3, 1, 3 ish.
Wonder if they're discussing some potential numbers.
Ish.
That pot took Rob all the way up to 1.2 million. He's got 31 blinds now. Very much live and in play. And clear out that fourth chair. About a $10,000 pay jump for the players.
Rabbit. Put your card in the back. Rabbit.
Check, yeah.
Put your card in the back.
No.
You're Rabbit, right?
No.
I'm Robert.
Oh, this is in the
We all look alike. I get it. Never fail Florida, huh?
All right, so Andrew limps in the 5 tray. Bryan checks the 7-4. We can get a pretty action flop here. We got 2 pair for Bryan, a gut shot with some backdoor clubs as well for Andrew. Andrew let out for 40. Bryan called. Excuse me, that is a double. It looked like a double gut shot at first, and then I talked myself out. I thought he had 5 deuce. I apologize. It is a double gut shot, 6 or a deuce. Yeah, it's a very big action board. Now Bryan with his 2 pair. And lays down the double gutter. $43,000, $58,000, $86,800 are our remaining payouts. Lucky Hearts Poker Open Trophy will get brought out when we're heads up. Ace deuce on the button for Andrew here. Comes in for the raise. Rob knows he can't keep folding all day. Ace deuce against the 5-6 going to the flop. Bottom pair for Andrew, still 6 high for Rob. $60K from Andrew gets it done. Chip stacks are 1.9 million for Bryan, 1.7 for Andrew, 1.1 for Rob. Jack 9 coming in for Bryan. King 8 of hearts in the big blind. Expecting a defend here. Not an awful hand to 3-bet. But Andrew hasn't done too much of that so far. Pair of jacks for Bryan. Current best hand, but Andrew has the king high heart draw. He's going to check it over. Going for check raise or just a check call? Just a check call. Andrew does check call the 70,000. Not 360 in the pot. Does pair his 8. Does bring a gut shot for Bryan. A 10 would make him a straight. Jacks are still the best hand. But as you can see, the percentages are running pretty close. King 8 or a heart would take the lead. And there it is. King high flush. Unbeatable hand. And he does check it over. Bryan doesn't take the bait. King high flush. Gonna take that pot down. Andrew just nips the chip lead away from Bryan. They are neck and neck though. About 4.8 in play. About 1.6 million average. Queen 7 of hearts for Rob. Does decide to fold it. A little surprised there. I thought he'd play that hand. Bryan's going to give him a walk. Or Bryan's going to get the walk, excuse me. I do like that we finally have the infrastructure for shot clocks and time banks and all that jazz, and by the time we got all the infrastructure in place, the players have kept a great pace, so we don't need it as much, but it's always nice to have in case the pace of play gets too unbearable. And Andrew raising the 6 tray of diamonds. Ace 4 offsuit in the small for Bryan here. Rob's got a suited ace in the big blind, ace 7 of diamonds. So ace 4 is going to muck. Don't mind that at all. I think calling is suboptimal there. 3-bet or fold is a lot better. Rob will do that re-raising and take it down. Bryan reaching for raising chips. King 5 offsuit on the button. 80K is the action. Curious which of these players are going to step out of their comfort zone here. Can't just wait for premiums when you're playing 3-handed. Ace-8 on the button for Rob. Bumps it up to 80. Bryan will defend the King-6 offsuit. 2 players to the flop. Alright, no clubs anywhere. Ace-high is still the best hand. Bryan checks it over. Bet and take for Rob. Chip stacks are getting really tight. Really, really tight. Small blind. Bryan's going to complete the Queen-7 off. Rob is 6 deuce offsuit. Going to check his option. Bottom for Rob, but 6s is the best hand. And Bryan not looking to go anywhere yet. Rob checks back. River ace. It's actually a tough card for Rob to sell, but Bryan might be able to. Spades get there. $105 is the bet. I think a little bigger sizing would have definitely got the job done. I'm not so sure if this will or not. It does. Well played. $80,000 from Bryan with the 10-9 offsuit. Rob's getting out of the way. Andrew with the ace-10 offsuit in the big blind. Playing over 40 bigs effective.
250.
3-bet is to 250K. I think Bryan had some ill intentions there, but decided not to get involved.
Needs one more.
Rob's going to start the action with pocket trays on the button. fold there. Got to play those trays, Rob. He wants to win so bad, though. I love it. Andrew's going to start the action. Jack 8 hitting the muck. Pocket 9s now for Bryan. Rob's got a 9-5 offsuit in the big blind. Bryan with just the call. Blinds have gone up. 25K, 50K, 50K is the new action. Nines are going to continue slow playing. Hope Rob can make a second best hand. Not a lot going on though. Expecting a min bet here, maybe 75-ish. Yeah, 75. Blinds and nannies will force the action one way or another. Action will start on Bryan. Queen Jack offsuit. $100K from the button. King 9 offsuit for Andrew in the big blind here. Looks like he's just going to defend. Nine, 7, 7, couple hearts. Andrew's 9 solidly in the lead. Andrew does make the call to 9. Turn brings a heart draw. 3 hearts on the board. Bryan does have 1 in his hand. Bryan is going to check it back here. Tray of clubs on the end. Total brick. Andrew's got to like his spot here. He's checked a couple times in previous situations with good hands here. I expect him just to bet it. $125 is a pretty small bet. Bryan's going to think it over. A couple straight draws he beats, and I'm sure he was thinking about turning his hand into a bluff, but decided against it. trash hands, gonna give Bryan a walk. Andrew's going to start the action. 6-5 offsuit. Comes in for a raise. And 3-bet from Rob. All three of these guys trying to wait each other out. Raise from Bryan. Queen Jack offsuit on the button. Jack 9 suited for Rob in the small blind. He's going to let it go. Jack deuce of clubs in the muck. Andrew with the 4-5 in the small blind. Complete for 50. Bryan's going to check the ace-3. King 5-4 with 2 hearts. Bottom 2 pair for Andrew. A wheel gut shot for Bryan. Don't expect him to go anywhere for this bet anyways. Queen of diamonds. How does Andrew want to capitalize here? Bet and take for Andrew. Queen 4 gonna hit the muck. Bryan completes the ace tray of clubs. 9-8-8, 2 spades. Check, check from both players. Jack gives Rob a gut shot to go with his queen high. Each of our players guaranteed $43,000 for their efforts so far. Nobody's looking to leave with that bronze medal, though. Nobody wants to go out next. Bryan opened the action, ace-deuce offsuit, made it 100,000. Andrew now pocket jacks in the big blind.
325.
325 is the re-raise. Bryan gets out of the way, detecting some strength. Sure, he thought about getting a little quirky there, but thought better of it. Andrew up to $2 million now. Rob's going to open the action on the button. Ace-8 offsuit. Andrew lays down the ace-5. Bryan not going anywhere. 7-6 suited in the big blind. Bet and take for Rob. All right, Andrew, ace-10 offsuit starting on the button. Expect 100K coming in. Not a whole lot going on. And Jack 9 for Rob here. Playing very cautious. Andrew completes 10-7. Bryan checks the 10-8. 8 of spades is a flush draw for Bryan. King 5-6 of spades. Andrew is going to fire out 50 here. Ace on the turn. And Bryan does pair his 8 on the end. It's probably not going to matter. He's actually targeting a 5 or 6 here, hoping to get called. Not going to work out for him, but don't hate the idea. You guys trading blows, body shots, head shots, sweep the legs. Played a full day yesterday to get here. They are focused, locked in, ready to crush. Bryan will start the action. 100,000. Ace 5 offsuit on the button. Queen 5 going to hit the muck for Andrew. Small blind complete. 7 deuce of clubs. Bryan's going to check the ace tray. Eight, 6, 5, 2 spades. Andrew will raise the jack deuce. Bryan calls the 100K. King 9 offsuit. And 3 of a kind deuces for Andrew. Bryan not picking the best time. Going for the check raise to 300. Seems awfully convenient for him to have something on deuce deuce 6. Andrew just the call. Giving Bryan some rope to hang himself. Five of hearts gives Andrew the check mark. Bryan gives up his story. Checks it over to Andrew now. And bet and quick fold from Bryan. Very healthy pot for Andrew. Moves him up to 2.6 million. He's now over the 50% mark. Jack 6 of spades for Bryan. Raises to 100. Andrew King 9 offsuit in the big blind. Bryan does pair his jack. Andrew has a gut shot for a 10 to make a straight. Three of a kind now for Bryan. Bryan takes it down. $800K for Rob. 1.4 million for Bryan. Andrew's sitting on 2.5 million and the chip lead. Andrew did raise from the small blind. King Jack offsuit, 125K. Ace 3 for Bryan. He's going to call. I do expect the blinds to be going up in a reasonable short amount of time. Still at 50K this hand though. Andrew, Queen 9 of hearts on the button. Gonna play it. And Ace 5 for Rob.
I'm all in.
I think I heard him all in. Yep. Still a lot of chips in play. 19 big blinds to short stack is plenty of play three-handed. We could be here 10 more minutes or 3 more hours. Who knows? Everyone dealt the dusty deuce. Alright, trays again for Rob. Folded these on the button last time. Andrew completed Queen tray of diamonds. Bryan took his option, 125 more with the King 10. Andrew raises ace 8 offsuit, 100K.
All in.
And Rob, 3 bets all in, ace 4. Andrew is going to ask for a count here.
150, 65.
$765K to call. I think one lower, he'd fold it pretty quickly. One higher, I think he'd call pretty quickly. It's just right in that middle range. Ooh, I thought he was going to fold, but he decides to call. It's going to be 61%. There will be some chops occasionally, but an 8 or a 4 would get somebody in the lead. 1.8 million in this pot. And clean board for Andrew. And that 5 gives Rob a gut shot, but it also allows his 8 to play. So now the 8 will play most of the time, except when that happens. So it is a split pot. The tray's paired on the end. Ace, queen, 10. Split it up.
Could have been worse. I thought that looked like a deuce real quick. Yeah, right.
Yeah, Bryan was definitely not rooting for that chop there. Andrew made the right call, just couldn't hold on to the lead.
I don't lose though. It's my birthday, January 6th, but you'd have been in trouble. I don't care what you had. If you had ace queen, ace 10.
Pocket 5s for Rob. Ooh, pocket 10s for Andrew.
I'm all in.
Call.
Oh.
It's probably going to get called pretty quickly. 5s against 10s, yep.
No.
Bit of a cooler.
That's another one of those hands that I hit pretty much.
Rob's going to need a 5 and a 5 only, or he'll be our third place finisher. Ace 8, 7. Tray on the turn. And ace on the river. Rob LeBeau, our third place finisher. Great game. Now our players are heads up. Andrew with 3.5 million, Bryan with 1.2
Can we do like a
million.
2-minute break?
Yeah,
I gotta-
I need to go to the bathroom.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Rob got 43,000 for his efforts. Not a bad day at the office.
Not going to play.
If we're not here, they pass our blinds back and forth.
Wait, you want to take a break? You want a break? No, no break. We both need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we both need to go to the bathroom. We need like 2 minutes. That's it.
A little housekeeping in the heads up department.
Well, we're just going to walk away. So
All right, what's the blind? Or I'll let them take it.
Huh?
I'll let them pull the blinds.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so this is not a full break. I think our players are just stretching their legs a little bit here. Shout out to Al, legend of the game. Our players have played all the way down to heads up. They're ready for the title.
I was the button, yeah. Yep. Trust you.
All right, our players are back from their little walk. Should have a trophy in front. There, you can catch a little brief look at it there. Lucky Hearts Poker Open pick. And we are back in action. First hand, Andrew completes the 4 deuce suited. Bryan checks the jack deuce. Quick bet and fold. First blood has been drawn. Yep, Andrew's got about a 3-1 lead.
That one cash.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
play tournaments
Wait.
at all.
Pretty sick, dude.
Thank you.
One cash, win it.
Yeah.
Here you are, heads up for the second cash.
Bryan limps king 7 of hearts. Andrew checks the queen 7 of clubs. Top pair king for Bryan. $200K will get it done. And as I had mentioned before, it looks like the blinds have just gone up. I see 30 now on the button, so it's probably 30, 60, 60 now. Blinds have gone up.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. 3060. That's the 166. Oh, 62.
Andrew with the ace queen. Gonna open it up to 120.
You gotta make it run.
Alright.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Got it. I miscounted my 5Ks.
So small blind.
On the button, Bryan limp queen 10 of diamonds. Andrew's going to check the 8-5 of diamonds. Both players guaranteed $58,000. Another 28,000, 29,000 almost in this heads-up match. Ten tray will complete. Pocket deuces for Bryan.
All in.
Raise all in. Gonna take it down.
They took your seat. You gotta play the satellite now if you wanna sit there.
Andrew's going to start the action. King 9 offsuit. Bryan's going to start the action here. Raise and take.
We need like a 60K chip to pass back and forth.
It's like a lot. Good.
120.
Andrew with ace 9. Pops it up, 120.
Call.
Andrew does flop an ace. Takes a big lead. Not a whole lot going on for the 9-5. Bryan completes. King Jack offsuit on the button. Andrew checks the 10 tray. Bryan's narrowed the gap to about 2-1 lead. Chipping away little by little. Andrew raised 10 deuce off. Bryan just calls the king queen.
Two, 7, 5.
Action went check, 80K, raised to 275. And that's going to get it done. Bryan completes 7-6 of hearts. Andrew's going to check the 5 tray. Pair of 5s for Andrew. He's going to check it over. Nine gives a gut shot. Nine pairs the river. 5s are still the best hand.
$250.
$250K. I think Andrew wants to call here. Yep, sure enough. Fives winner. Pretty healthy pot. Gets it back to that 3-1 lead that he had earlier. Both players have played really well all day long. Andrew's going to make it 120. King 9 off. Brian's going to call the Jack 6 of clubs. Eight deuce, couple hearts, both players check. King on the river for Andrew. Best hand stays that way. Not getting bluffed off this one though. Brian starting the action. Completes the 60. 10-8 offsuit. Option taken with the ace 4. 150 total now, 90 more. And Brian does make the call. 360 in the middle. Andrew keeps the best hand, pairing is 4.
Was it 100?
Lead has grown. About a 4-1 advantage now for Andrew.
Check.
Flop comes Jack 10-9. Andrew does flop a Jack. Nothing for Brian though, 5 high. Chipping away, chipping away. Definitely going to be a confrontation here pretty soon.
All in.
Raise and take for Brian. Shoved to 790. 9 deuce for Andrew completes.
All in.
Jack 9 all in. Takes it down. Bryan completes the 4 tray. Ace 4 for Andrew.
$150.
Raise and take. Andrew completes Jack tray. Bryan checks the 5 deuce.
Check.
Both players make a pair. Bryan checks a 5. Andrew bets a 3. Three of a kind now for Bryan.
Yeah, I think it's 125. Might be short.
125 is the bet.
Five.
Andrew pays it off. 1.2 million for Bryan now. 3.5 for Andrew. Bryan with the raise, 120. Hadn't been a lot of raising back and forth pre-flop in this match. Whiffed by both players. Jack High's going to check. Definitely been a great match. Neither of these guys giving away too much. Fighting for every chip. Andrew completes 5 deuce suited. Bryan checks 7-6. Not much for Bryan here, but 3 of a kind for Andrew. Bet and take. Ooh, this could be fireworks here. Bryan completes the ace-4 suited. Pocket kings for Andrew.
150. All in. Call.
And all in and snap call. Big pot alert. Kings against ace-4 of clubs. Andrew a solid 2-1 favorite here to take the title. And away we go. King, queen, 7, top set kings. Andrew, massive favorite now. Taking that sweet swig of water. There it is. Kings full of 7s, full house, game over. Excellent game. Andrew is our champion. Meaningless 9 on the river. Bryan has nothing to be ashamed of. Heck of a performance. $58,000 for second place, Bryan Schultz. And Andrew, our champion, $86,800 off of that $2,200 entry fee. Love to see it. Incredible performance. If you're still here with us, make sure you hit subscribe and turn on your notifications on the YouTube channel so you can catch us all week long as we are bringing you the action. Thank you all for tuning in. My name is Michael Lockey. I'll be around the property. Don't be afraid to say hi. Until then, have a good one.